For the Emperor. Good day. Brother Exhaustus here. Again, back at it with the crew. Yeah, so short stream yesterday, today's a little different. A little more of the same. Yesterday, or last stream rather, I spoke about the necessity to relax and sort of be subjective and say, you know, this is what complete is to me. And today I'm happy to explain to you that I am now Brother Hypocritus. What ended up happening is that further on the night, as I was looking through my workload for today, I decided to take it in my own hands to add some corn red to some of these parts here. I think it turned out well. I think it did well. Today we're just going to finish up some of the black contrast. Obviously we didn't get very far, but we're going to add more to the back here. I think I want to finish with the front and just get it out of the way, and then come back and finish the back. The fire is not necessarily turning out the way I'm hoping it will, so what I might do is just start with the corn red, just fade in the orange to it, and we can go back with the oh gosh, with the not Death Club Brown, the orange that I had here, this one, the Wild Rider red, if we need to, and then highlight with Fire Dragon Bright and highlight with Flash Gets Yellow and Dorn. I did a little bit of that here just to try and perk it up, but the issue I'm running into is the paint sort of looks chunky, and I think it's because I'm putting it out too thin, letting it dry, and then not applying a second layer. Obviously we'll make the best sense of it that we can, and we'll just try to go from there to have it make sense. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. A couple few updates that are kind of exciting here is that my audio amplifier boards just came in, so I have a project I'd like to start at some point in time that requires me to pick up another what's that not turning on? There it is. Of course, I'm going to pick up another Dreadnought to do a wow, it's going to be one of those days. It is a Dreadnought of Tancred, and so the plan for that is to have a red LED for the face. Not this Dreadnought, because I'm going to get another one, but I realized how small this scope was later on. So the problem with a Dreadnought this shape and size is that I need to, in where the helmet is, if my light will stay up, is to put there's a head in there. It's very hard to see. Probably wouldn't be able to see it on camera. It's just not possible. But the plan is to replace the head in there with a red LED, because that's all you'll see anyway. And then somehow, in the shape of this whole body, fit in not only inside of this, the LED, which would be easy, the audio amplifier, the charging circuit, and the battery, and then above that, a tactical button, so something I can press to interact with. So the logistics of that just are becoming more and more complicated as I think about this. And I think, like, I could maybe fit a battery if I really fished it in and finagled it. Like, it might kind of fit inside the shape. It's going to be hard. It's going to be extremely tight. Charging board, I mean, it's not impossible. I mean, there is space somewhere in there for it. It's going to require a lot of cutting. That's the synopsis is it's all cutting. So we'll see what happens. But that's where I think things are going to go when I get around to it. This is my bag of mods. It's a bag of tricks, a lot of fun. Okay, I've got these sponges here. I got them out of a, something I bought from Alexis. Oh, new to the table today is this. I finally bought a new X-Acto blade. I've been using just this craft blade, and it's been good, but it doesn't necessarily get what I want. So, I bought some online, AliExpress, looked fine. I tried it out on this paper here, just to see how it goes. This is the tape. I think that's a pretty good cut. That's a pretty sharp cut. So that'll be good for, oh, you know what? I have something here I could use this on immediately. Somewhere. I'm gonna turn that music down just a hair. There. That's a lot more appropriate music. Rather than doing ducking. There's, here it is. This is part of the Nexus Chaotica. So, I don't know how hard this is to see. I'm going to move the camera till you can see it. Wow. That is a pretty decent cut. This is gonna be dangerous. I'm not safe with knives. That is a smooth cut. Wow. That is smooth for cut. Right on. Okay. So, yeah, new knife, love it. Does a good job. I know Commissar might be joining the stream today or viewing, so we'll see if and when that happens. I've got my fresh water. I think I'm ready to go. Okay, so first things first is we want to paint. Oh, you know what? I might change the camera angle just a hair. There, now you can see a little bit more about what it is I'm doing. That actually feels more appropriate, all things considered. Yeah, I think that's good. Can I change the zoom a little bit? Oh yeah, that's perfect there. Apologies that you have to look at me, but this is as the Emperor commands it. So, yeah, the plan here today is to finish up, like I said, some of the space here. I'm gonna move this standard issue drink. My brush, nice and thin, pinpoint thin. Gunk on it. You know what? Before I get into this, I've got another small airbrush I'm gonna use. Small layer. Okay, right there. This guy. Oh, it's a small base. My mistake. It's not a small layer. I've got a medium layer, but that's kind of a wider body to it. Let's go with this layering brush. That's probably perfect. And what we're going to do in the interim, because we're waiting on this one's Not a Citadel brush, this one's going to be a more Army Painter brush. We're going to move to the Citadel brush here. Ooh. And we're just going to clean it up real quick. What I'm using to soap this up is the Master Brush Cleaner and Preserver by B&J. I think we got this at an art supply store a city over. Grab a little bit more water. Grab a little bit more of the cleaner. Just work it into the throat. You see it changed color a little bit. That's kind of what I'm looking for anyway. Just sort of working it in my hand. More water. You can see the paint coming off my hand. I'll just clean that real quick. Get some water into this again. And then we'll use this little comb. And the commissar also purchased this comb for me. I was told that it is important to comb the brush. So I don't just regularly comb. You'll see I'm combing but turning at the same time. And the reason why is because it removes a lot of the excess at that point. And really that's the goal here, is try and break up all these little loose bits that you can kind of see. They're kind of floating around there. And that's really all I'm doing. Oh yeah. A little water. Now we have a lot of the big stuff out. We can apply some more soap and conditioner. And really what we're aiming to do here is just make sure there's nothing else in there that could be loose or get caught up. And at the same time, reconditioning those areas that we just loosened up, because we took the paint off some areas. So conditioner never got to them directly before. It was just, you know, gunk. Fine, right? You know. A little bit of water. And then, again, we just work it in. And all we're doing is just taking up. See, there's still more loose stuff that's coming off it. Again, maybe hard to see on camera, and I apologize if you can't. A little bit of water. A little more water. And then, again, right through the brush comb. It's kind of like when you wash your hair, like rinse, wash, repeat, right? All I'm looking for is just make sure that we got everything off we could. Give this brush the best fighting chance we can. Oh yeah. You see the silver portion of the throat now, so... As you'll see, we get some color down here. Inside that paint. So, another flick in the water. Here's the part I really like. I'll grab the brush and just gently hold my finger still and twist and pull. I'll just do that a couple times. And all I'm doing is just releasing any more material that may be in there, while also sharpening our brush. So I'm just getting it just as thin as it wants to be. You can still see a little bit of gunk in there. What we're not looking for is a split, and there is kind of a split happening. And that's hard to see, but see that split? We don't want that split. So, the more water. Again, just pull it through naturally. I'd rather the hairs all be loose. There. Worked out the rest of the gunk that was in there. I think that looks pretty good. I think we did a pretty okay job there. Oh, really can't see it there. So, I'm just going to put this brush aside now and just let it dry. I could use it immediately. Not gonna. If I use it right now, the results will be mixed. So, on to our army painter. Just getting a sip of our approved nutrition drink. Okay. Some corn red. Yes, I have been using a... Ooh. Last time I used a wet pad. May not this time. Just, I don't need it too thin. Corn red's pretty dark as it is. Let's see how this thing works. I mean, so we put that in. Hey, that's not too bad. Cool. And again, we're just doing that wet blending technique where we just get layer paint on, wet it a little bit, and then drag it across where we want the paints to kind of blend together. I was watching a tutorial last night on how to paint fire, and they recommend using 3 contrast paints, and I thought that was interesting. I mean, everyone has their own way of doing things, but I thought it was interesting because they seem to be able to do it in 2-3 minutes. I thought, well, you know, maybe I might try that the next model, because, you know, art's kind of one of those things where you just sort of learn as you go, much like science, where we learn and learn and learn, and eventually that comes to us fighting Xenos in another galaxy because they are the pure heretics, as opposed to traitor legions, which are also fighting Xenos, ironically. But I just thought it was interesting, because, you know, if there's a different way to do things, then why not explore it? And, you know, you don't know if it could be better than what you're currently doing, or until you try it. So I got thinking, well, I do have those Chaos Space Marines to start, and once I do, they have fire as well. Maybe I'll give them a shot with this new technique, and we'll try that. Now, that might require me getting some contrast paints. I don't think so. I think I've got them all. But, you know, we'll try it live here, kind of thing. And essentially, what that involves is that we take the fire, paint it completely white, with, you know, Corex white or something. And then we apply Cassandra yellow, or Cassandara yellow, I guess. And then while it's still wet, apply some Fugan orange. And then, once that's starting to dry out and that's still wet, we apply some ball red to the end. And that allows the colors kind of gel and bleed together. And I thought, well, you know, it could be kind of cool to see how it looks. I still kind of do things the old way right now, just because I sort of prefer having that connection directly to the paint. And again, right now all I'm doing is just wet blending. Oh, and then the last bit they did was they added Black Templar to the ends. And I thought, well, Black Templar is good, but, like, I kind of prefer Black Legion, just because it's much darker black. There's one side done. Well, done is relative. There's still some spots here I would like to clean up with things like Dorn. Just to really sell that this fire is hot. I have to admit, these armor painter brushes are quite nice and light. And you really do get a good feel for the brush with them. I feel like I'm getting a lot of paint in the throat, so instead of up at the, or what do you call it there, paint in the belly, sorry, not the throat. Which you basically do want paint in the belly more so than the throat. The throat's the upper piece, the belly's the middle. And I want as much paint as I can in the belly. Well, maybe my paint's old or I let it dry out or something, because I'm having a hard time getting it to stay in the belly. I think that's pretty good for fire. It looks hot. You know, from when I'm painting, it looks... I just realized you probably couldn't see that. It looks hot. I mean, that's the goal, is for this fire to look as hot as I can get it. See, this is a problem that I was really worried about was last night or yesterday rather, when we last streamed, when the black was being added to the flame. The problem I ran into was that it would spread and it would thin, which is fine, but not as much as I wanted it to, or where I wanted it to, rather. So, today, I think this might dry out. Yeah. Oh, fun fact. If your paints dry out like this, don't fucking throw them away. Not because you can revive them. I mean, that might be a mistake if you try to revive them. But because dry brushing. If they're kind of jelly and chunky like this, they're perfect for dry brushing. I mean, holy shit. It just makes them so much easier to dry brush with. Would thinner paints be probably easier? Maybe. I don't know. I mean, when you buy the dry brush paints in like your local Games Workshop store, they're already this kind of this consistency. And you can use just a touch of water just to bring all these paints back to life. And I'm doing this creating a fade with them now. Like, this is kind of ideal, you know? Like, even bad paint is still good paint. Here's the other secret I learned from painting for so long now, for about a year. All that paint, right? I got a sponge here. Where'd the paint go? Where'd the paint go? It's in the sponge. Bam. Just like that. A little more water? Why not? What's the sponge doing? It's taking all the paint off. Get a little dry on the dry pile here. Just like that. Another little dry brushing technique too is you don't really want your brush to be completely dry. What the ideal space for it is to grab your wet palette. I'm just going to grab some fresh Abaddon Black. I think this is the good one. No, that's the ultra dry. Here's my good Abaddon Black. Brand new Abaddon Black. And I'm going to grab that dry brush again, the one we just cleaned. Grab a little bit like that, just like that. And we'll go to the wet palette and then just start spreading it out. Spreading it out. What we're doing is just making the paint wet. Wow, that looks great, right? But it's wet. And this is a dry brush. Why would we do that? That's insane. Because what we're doing is we're making the paint fade. In smooth layers. Not that layer though. Right along here. Why on earth do we want our paint this smooth and this thin? Because blending. The smoother we can make it look, the better it's going to look. There's some spots here that you can't see. Fine. We'll clean them up later. You may be thinking to yourself, what is this heresy? And the answer is wet dry brushing. Ooh, what an insane idea. What a crazy, kooky, funny thought. Who is this heretic? Why are we putting on so thin? That's a good question. We're putting on thin. Or putting on thick, rather. Because we're just going to highlight a layer. See what happens here? With that like wet blending kind of process? Is that our paint ends up smooth. And so we get that like hot red. That black hot. Or hot black rather. We get all those little colors coming in. I'm just going to do the whole piece with the remnants of this dry brush. Because I can come back and highlight it. Make sure I get some more red black on here. You may say, this is crazy, this is insane, this is stupid. And I would say, no. I would say, this is part and parcel. This is learning. This is science. We're doing things differently. Cool. It's good and dry. Yeah, I'll tighten this. You know what? I'll grab my layer brush here. Grab a little Abaddon black. Punch it into here. Nice and thin. And then just come over and make sure we've defined all the areas that we want to define. Grab a little water. That's consistency I'm looking for. Maybe a little bit more water. Okay, I'm pretty content with how the black's turned out on it. And really what I'm saying by that is not that I like the way the black looks. It's that if I don't say that out loud, I'll continue to apply it and then redo it and then soak it in alcohol and do it all over again. So at some point I have to say, I like the way it looks, and I'll come back to it. And that's just the reality of what this is, you know. I would love for this to be kind of a done tomorrow kind of thing, but if I don't pause and come back to it and look at it from a different angle, I'll sit here and just paint the whole thing black, you know. So it's better if I stop there and then come back to this in a minute once it's dry and do some highlights. I think that's what I want to do, is just do some highlights with these 4. That'll be good there. And while it's kind of weeding, we're going to think about doing some rust here. So I've got some old rust and some new rust. Or dark rust and fresh rust, I guess. And these are Army Painter paints. And I've also got this Warp Block Bronze, and I need this as well. So I need to paint this little sigil here, and this guy. And what they are is, I'll bring them up to the camera here. So that's just a pattern that goes on it, if that can be seen. Oh my god, this thing just wants to stay. Okay, so that's just a little pattern that goes on it. And then this is the mark of corn. Now if you notice, there's like a spike in here and there's some skulls. And there's another one of these in the back. And these are just going to be bronze. These 2, this one, and then this little mark is going to be bronze. So I'm thinking Warp Block Bronze for them. And then the skulls themselves, I've got a Wraith Bone. But sometimes I use Screaming Skull. And then over top of the Screaming Skull, I'll put Skeleton Horde. And it makes the skulls look really, really skull-esque, or skull-adjacent. So this is a good time to take a minute and just start juggling some paints here, just to try and get them warmed up, because the paints need to move around a little bit. That's a fun fact. I found this out by mistake. By mistake, I was inside of my local Warhammer store, my local game store, and I was walking around with these paints in my hand, and I was just doing this for like 5-10 minutes, and it didn't take much. I was just juggling them kind of idly while I was looking at stuff, trying to think about what I was going to do, or what I was going to paint, or like what I wanted to have. And just the heat from my hands and the movement here was enough to get the paints moving and smooth again. It was kind of neat. So we're just going to do that for a minute, just juggle these paints. Just to kind of move them around, let them warm up. The other thing I was doing too is I was walking around with them, kind of just having fun, you know, playing with them a little bit, getting my paints kind of shaken up a little, because I hadn't bought them yet, so I was like, you know, whatever. The other thing we need to do today too, also on my mind, is to keep staring at this, and I need to know what to figure out what to do with this. So we did start painting it gold at one point, and the rest of the silver here needs to be golded out. But there are some skulls in here, so they're going to get the skull treatment as well. They're going to have to be special. Then we still need to add some earth shade to this silver, and then finish up these rocks. Because when they're done, the whole piece kind of goes, if I can, goes into here like so. And it's a cool model. it just needs, you know, the effort behind it to make it look really badass. The other thing we need to do too is paint the inside here bronze, and that's where these are going to come in. So we're going to do the bronze first and then put these over top of it. And what's this going to do is just give us like a rust kind of look to it, just to make it look old and banded. There's also these little rivets. I might paint them silver. I haven't decided yet. Yeah, I think silver is probably the way to go. But not like Stormhost silver, maybe Iron Hands. Or, yeah, maybe Iron Hands steel. Or lead belcher. But this fire is 90% of what I'm focused on right now. The only thing I didn't do, and the reason why this looks so different here and here than it does here, is because I trimmed these in black and then didn't here. And maybe I will use some Dorn in there. Fuck it. This Dorn is very chunky. That's peculiar, the music stopped. Oh, I signed out of the chill hub. One sec here. So I think I need to change this up a little bit. So what we're going to do, in interest of not getting copyright striked, is we're going to play the creator playlist, which I thought I was, but try this instead. Okay. Actually, we're going to go one step further. We're going to play some music not available on Chill Hop Music. We're going to play some dark Gregorian chants. These are royalty free, so we should be fine. Now we're thematic. Look at that. Look at us. Thematic as fuck. Brother, are you prepared? Brother, did you bring the paint as sacrifice? For we shall drink it. Drinking the good stuff. Okay, where to leave off? Kind of a fun contrast from the chill hop from earlier. And again, this is me stepping back and looking at the paint again and saying, where do I go? And asking it, where do you want to go? What feels right to you? And have the paint whisper to me, place me. Well, it sort of seems like I'm struggling with the paint a little bit, so what I might do is finish up the red, add my black highlights down here, or inverse highlights down here, shadows, and then just say, good. And then just admit that painting fire was outside my scope. I can paint lava. I paint it really well, really well. I think this is probably what was throwing me off before, is that the backside here ended up so dark by comparison that it just didn't hold any of the color that I wanted. And so when I put the paint on thin, it just ended up looking too thin. All I'm doing here is just adding the highlights back, just because the black overlapped it a little bit, made it hard to see. Start the darker tone. Just re-adding in those highlights. Realize I'm missing a light here. There, that might make it easier to see some of what we're doing here. Oh, this track is so fire. the slightly brighter orange. This is Fire Dragon Bright. And we're just bridging the two colors together. It just looks so natural when you do it this way. The reason why we bridge these colors is because it ends up looking almost like a fade. You'd need a magnifying glass to perceive the difference in tone. Again, fire's not perfect either, so we can get this as close as we want to the box art, and that, I mean, that's its own special skill to do. But the reality is that we just have to get close enough to what we feel is okay. So close enough looks like what I've got here, then congratulations. You don't actually have to go any further. No one's going to hold your arm and tell you that looks bad on a tabletop. They might at Golden Demon. I don't know. I don't know how Golden Demon works. But I'm pretty sure it's just subjective, right? Here's my flat yellows. And now for the Dorn, which are my highlight yellows. One thing I noticed from pictures of candles kind of yesterday is that all the heat kind of sits just above the bottom, not directly on the base of whatever the thing is producing heat, but just above it slightly. Which is why I sort of wanted to redo this. It's because I didn't feel like it represented that part really well. The other thing I want to do while I'm here, just because it's the way that I am, and because I did one side of the steel super hot, oop. Oh, that was close. Oh no, I got some yellow on my spear. Scrape it off my thumb. Corn. I'm just gonna whisk it down, so it's nice and thin. Why so thin? Well, so what we're gonna do is apply it all over this piece here, on the edges. Take some Fire Dragon Bright. Wild Rider Red, sorry. I'm just gonna whisk it onto the edge. Like so. Grab a little bit of water and then just feather it out. I'll take some of our Flash Gets Yellow. What we're doing is this piece right here, because on the back we have it hot, so just gonna let that dry out. Because it needs a couple of minutes to dry. But we're gonna dry it at an angle so it dries flat. Flat-ish. Oh, golly. Seems like a good opportunity for me to take a quick 5. I'll be right back. Okay, I return from the void. Let's see, I got myself a drink, and how did our paint dry? It's still drying, but that's pretty okay. We'll throw some heat on there, and just let it sit, I guess. Maybe I'll add a little yellow, just to get it going. I'm gonna turn down this volume a little bit. And since that's on pretty chunky, take a little Fire Dragon Bright here and just push out to the edges of that. Sorry, it's Wild Rider Red, not Fire Dragon Bright. And when that dries, it'll dry pretty fine, and then I can throw a little corn right at the edges. So it looks pretty good so far. Again, I would like to have maybe a better view on this so you could see a little better, but this is the best I'm able to accomplish at the moment. Put the light above so you can see where I'm going with this. So that one little spike is hot, and it's only hot because on the backside we made it hot. So we're just being consistent. That's all we're doing, just getting consistent. Okay, that's it. We let that dry. We're gonna let that dry. We're gonna move on. We're gonna move on. We're gonna do next cool thing, which is we're gonna grab the well, actually I want to keep that brush for later. No, we'll grab the base brush. Nice thick base brush. And I think it's a good idea for us to start doing the bronze. Yeah, I think that's a good place to go. So where is that bronze? And really, I want to finish this part before we do the next piece again. Now, the only thing about the metallics in the Citadel lineup is that they do not want to be mixed with water. This is a very deep bronze color, but we can kind of faux dry brush it. This is Warp Block bronze we're using. I also have Screaming Bell, but we'll start with Warp Block bronze. It's not a bad color to go in there. I know it's hard to see, but it doesn't look too bad. I'll add some in the middle here so you can see it a little better. Like it looks pretty okay, right? Like it's still shiny. I think it looks fine. I think the more we use this, the better off it's going to look. One thing I need to do is I need to move this microphone over so it's closer to where I am, so you can hear me better through the Vox instead of looking away. Guardsman James will be shot for this. Well, howdy do. The Lost Zelda has started following me right on. Welcome to the void. You've caught us, brother, right in the center of our paint stream for this Nexus Chaotica. The Emperor will be proud. And now we can kind of cheat it, because now we don't have to use this anymore. Because we're using a gold, or sorry, a bronze rather. I can now use a dry brush to just right for the Emperor, just like that. And the backside's flat. Oh my gosh. Oh, I need some way to hold these paint brushes in a better way. And find my sponge, wherever that went. Where did my sponge go? Right there. I found my sponge. That's all the bronze I need in there. I think what I'm going to do here is... Jesus. It's a slightly better higher bronze, like a copper. Move my brushes out of the way. Okay, I've got a copper here. Oh, hashtag copper. ideal. Ooh, chunky. Just shake the crap out of it. Is it still chunky? Oh no, it's chunky. Well, let's see how far we can get using the Citadel dry brush. The color is very similar to Rich Beer Armor with August Earth shade over top of it. Which is why we're going to add some August Earth shade over top of this. I had to add phone number verification in my account before commenting. Also got a warning before being able to see, just to let you know. Okay, I appreciate that. It's probably because I have the stream set to 18 plus, which may be limiting. I might have to adjust that because I don't really swear a lot. I just don't know what is necessary to be able to get this streamed so people could just see it without having to, confirm everything. So I'm not watching anything adult, right? Like, just paint minis. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, that's on me. Well, I'll have to adjust that next stream. Whatever the case is, maybe that's why it's so limited. Maybe that's why the view count's not quite as high as it could be. Drakenhof. Egrix Earthshade, here we go. Stuff that dreams are made of, is this stuff. Always been curious how it tastes, because it looks like mud. Could today be the day I drink Agrick's Earthshade? Not today. There's no music, by the way. You're using the thing. Yes, well, it works. Maybe I can... Where is the music? Hold on. What if I do... this? Is there music now? Oh, okay. Is it too loud now? Perfect. We'll just keep it that level then. It's probably because I have it quieted down for myself. Yeah, I thought I was quieting it for the stream too, because it's based off desktop audio, so I wasn't sure. And yeah, this thing works well. It works really well with the, with what I'm trying to do. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I closed that thing too early. I meant to do these too. Shit. Shit. Well, it's a good thing we got Hashna Copper at the handy. And it's a layer. Well, you know I was using a base brush. I should be using a medium layer brush. Things I learned. Okay, get rid of some of that. Not sure if this is totally visible on camera yet, so I apologize if not. Move this over here. And put this back into here. There we go. Now it should be kind of visible. Maybe this is a case where I just need to move the camera closer. It's sort of funny, last time I thought the chill hop music was getting copyright struck. Maybe it was just too quiet. I'll still have to add a little bit of OSL up here on this stuff, but this looks fine so far. Wonder how much new camera would be. They might have come down a bit. It's hard to say. Depends on what you mean by new camera. It could be like, do you mean like another C920? Because I'm using a C920. Or do you mean like, maybe like an XLR? Chat is peeking through. Cool. Chat is peeking through. What's that mean? Oh, at the top on the screen. Yeah. With the ability to zoom, yeah. Well, this one can kind of zoom. I have to set it through, but it can zoom. I'd have to. Let me see if I can do that. Video capture. properties, and then go to zoom absolute. I think I could set to 200%, maybe even 300%. That one should be a little easier to see now, but not quite as good as it could be. Problem is the exposure is weird with the light. I need the light to see, but also maybe I can move it over a little. That way you can kind of see what I'm painting. Thanks. Yeah, it's kind of come through. It just needs a little bit of extra time to get the light just right. And like I said, I'm going to have to add some OSL to this too. That's the other piece of this puzzle. So once those dry, and one's pretty well dry now, like that one's pretty well perfect the way it looks. Now it's time for some Aegis Earth Shade, yet again. It's kind of like the magic trick that just makes everything visible. Skeleton board. Where did I put it? Ew, no, it's null oil. That's my little Agrex. Right back here. Shake it up again, just because shaking shades always look better than flat shades. Pop it in there just so I can use it. And by the way, this thing works great with shades. I wouldn't use it for regular paint, but it works great with shades. The one thing I need open almost all the time. Because I didn't wait for the paint to dry a lot, it's moving around some of the sparkle a little bit for the metallics. But that's okay. Because when it dries, it'll dry flat. Thankfully, that's how shades work. I mean, it's already starting to look pretty good. Again, it just needs some OSL to really sell that it's next to fire or with fire. And while waiting for that to dry this off. I'm gonna take my skeleton board color here, my Screaming Skull, which is a layer. Hell yeah! I'm gonna put on the skulls. Jeez, my paints are so chunky. Cool. Thank you. Very, very, very much appreciated. If you need a hand with anything, let me know, and I'll come out and give you a hand. These skulls are really coming through. I think I got the paint just thin enough for them. using Screaming Skull for them, which is like 90% of the way there to the skull color I want anyway. For those who are wondering who I'm speaking to so casually, this is the Commissar. She is the commander to my crew. Oh yeah, this is really looking great. Oh hell yeah. The skulls are they're really coming through. Like, I am very much impressed with that. Come on, focus. Focus. There we go. Yeah, it's looking good. And then there's one more skull down the spike here. I'd say those skulls look pretty decent. Yeah, I kind of like the way that they look. Get this right here. There we go. Yeah, I like the way the skulls are starting to look. I think they look really good. I'm realizing that this chat may need to be from the top down instead of the bottom up, so I'll change that for next stream. Thank you. Skeleton Horde. The Skeleton Horde. And this is a contrast paint, so I don't want to use a shade brush or base brush. You know, I'll just keep them with this guy. I just slather it on. Because they'll find its way into the recesses. And the nice thing about contrast paints is that when they dry, they just dry kind of nominally. Like they dry into recesses. So they'll find their way in. It's going to take a couple minutes. It doesn't look good right now. But it's kind of one of those trust the process sort of paints. And like I said before, or in a previous stream, contrast paints used to be called glazes. So I guess that's kind of like the best definition for them. I was told that by a GW representative. Oh yeah, that's starting to look really badass. Like, just alone, just the drying on them alone. Oh yeah. If I can get the placement on them. There we go. Yeah, they're really starting to pick up that color. That like skeleton, bleached in the sun kind of color. Oh yeah, they're hot. Okay, what else do I have to do with this Nexus Chaotica? What else? There was some spots here I wanted to clean up a little bit. I think I'm going to do that now while I get the chance. It was just Iron Hand steel. In just some of the little spots there. This is a, whoa, dry fucking base paint. What the fuck? There's my problem right there. Yeah, it's getting there. It's gonna take a little while, like I said. Oh right, you need to have the OSL too. Thank you for reminding me. Yep. Still so much to do. Still so much to serve to the Emperor. This is the one thing I hate about fucking metallics is that my fingers always end up more metallic than the thing I'm trying to paint. Every friggin' time. Oh, that brush was wet. Oh, fuck. Well, come on, guys. Paint, 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 paint. Dry? Dry-ish. Good enough. Okay, so a little bit on the base here. And we'll just skirt up the side. Beep, 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 beep. Just to highlight kind of the metallic features of this thing. These arrows, I should say. Gonna be scrubbing some pans, so I'll be back in a... Cool. I'll be here, obviously. Supply drop. One sec. The Commissar has provided, on behalf of the Emperor, Wildberry Red Bull. Once I work my way through Zero Sugar Full Throttle Monster. Let's see. Can I close this and go back to here? And then, sweet. Rental price is not appearing on my profile, which is good. Let's see. Excuse me. How long have we been streaming now? We've been streaming for... How long have we been streaming now? 2 hours, 20 minutes. That's not too bad. Dashboard. And then go to where? Streaming tools, overlays. Edit the overlay. We're gonna edit this in real time. We're gonna hate ourselves, but we're gonna edit this in real time. My stream chat settings. Position setting. Nope. Text settings. Okay. It's showing from the bottom up. I wanted to show it from the top down, but bottom up it is. That is too funny. Just shorten it to start above the shoulder. Nah, I kind of like it going from the bottom up because it's just hiding behind everything. That's sort of how I feel like it works really well. I feel like it's prettier that way. Would have been nice to do it top down, but I mean, it is what it is. It's cool. Where to leave off here? Okay, so we've got quite a bit of the silver on here from the iron hands. I'm just cleaning up some little spaces here. Just so it kind of looks intentional. I think this looks okay so far. I'm almost willing to just call it there and just say it looks fine. I don't think anyone's going to burn me on the cross if I call it there. Okay, so OSL, and I have to light up all these glyphs. Okay, so how do I light up these glyphs? I've got Corax White. That's the first part. And I'm gonna need to use... sorry, I've got Corax White, and that's the important part. And then I'm also gonna need to use the, Lamian Medium. I could use just water, I could. But it won't hold together better. Of course, I have contrast medium on the desk, but not Lamian medium. Ah! First shot. Go me. Oh, you know what? I could use some Mortician Grime as well. That's a nice little nice little shade. Just throw that on some of the rocks. I might. I do have to clean up the rocks a little bit, because like there's some like bits of orange on there, and then I'm gonna have to fade them with the other part that goes on top of this. Just so they all look consistent. Other than that, you know, doesn't look too bad right now. Let's see. Nothing else going on there. Okay. Again, I do want to move this microphone after the fact to the opposite side where the camera is, so I'm going to have to put everything on that side of the desk. And probably pull the whole desk towards me a little bit so I can do that. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to have to do. But that'll be post-stream. So next stream, I'll be a little bit more clear, a little bit more audible. That's the hope. Okay, so Lamian Medium. Corax White. Give it another little shake. Oh no, it is beyond dry. Is that water still hot? No, it's ice cold. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go warm up my paint. Damn. Okay, let's see if that did it. I ran in some hot water, like my fingers are burning. Oh, yeah, actually that kind of did it. Oh, cool. Let's get some out on the tray. Lemmy Medium's a very gray looking paint. Oh my god, brush. Oh, it's still chunky. Oh no. We're gonna need a lot of Lemmy Medium. Oh, maybe it's worthwhile for me to pick some up tonight. Or no, Lemmy Medium. Corax White. What am I saying? Words are hard. Spend 10,000 years surfing the space web, going through the void, and just one day, one day at a time, one millennia at a time. Okay, alright. Freak out over. Paint looks fine. Lemmy Medium. Shake this up a little bit, just because it's Lemmy Medium and you never friggin' know. You need some balls of steel to break it up. I have balls of steel. I broke the shit right out of it. But yeah, steel balls would be a good idea. I don't know where they are though. But also the paint's kind of drying out. I don't know why the paint's all drying. I think maybe like this room might be too cold. I might just need to take all these paints and then just like bring them to a heater, or just put a heater in here and just run it for a couple minutes. Okay, Lemmy Medium introduced. Not much, just 3 little bits of it. Just enough to make it thin. Okay. And take some off, just because it'll be too much. Here's the magic trick. I don't really care if there's some over paint here, because that's just going to help with the glow effect later on. Which is kind of it's just how Cork says, yeah, no, it absolutely is. The Cork's White's one of the less than optimal white paints that Citadel makes and sells. It's just the nature of white paint in general. It's because it's devoid of any colorants, so it doesn't like to hold its initial color very well. Really, it's devoid of any pigment, I should say, not colorant, pigment. But again, I'm looking for this just to dry out normally anyway, so as long as a good majority of it's inside the crevice, then any overage is good too. Because the overage is going to help sell that these things are glowing. But my Corax went chunky, like solid and separated. So, a couple seconds, maybe a minute or two under some hot water, and then some aggressive shaking seemed to do a pretty good job actually, getting it kind of back to stock. Now I've introduced some laming medium to it, seems to be holding up pretty good. Anything here I can just clean up anyway. If I really don't like the way it looks, I can clean up with Black Templar. My god, I gotta keep remembering that my microphone's over here. I'm so sorry if I just sound muffled. I need to introduce a little bit more lambing medium. Wherever I put it, right here, right behind the thing I just laid on top of it. Yeah. That's just the way my mind works, is take it out of your head and put it there immediately, and then you'll never have to worry about it again, because you're always going to forget about it. Okay, we get some lambing medium in there. It's nice and thick, which is what we're looking for. I'm going to find a bigger piece here, that's probably the circle. Good, we've got good flood. I'm just not letting the brush touch the bottom, and just letting it flood in. And again, I'm okay with the paint getting overage, because that's going to flood out anyway, and we're going to apply colors to that so it looks like it's glowing on each of the sigils. So I'm okay with this looking like this. Ideally with this with an airbrush. I have an airbrush. I just don't want to load it to do kind of this simple space. Would it look 10 times better? Yes. Is it necessary? Not really. I mean, it's kind of just like I gotta thin paints and then clean the airbrush afterwards, and I would rather just clean up after myself this way. but airbrush would be gorgeous, don't get me wrong. And I do have one. It's sitting directly next to me. I have used it before. I'm just not a big fan of using it. Just because of how long it takes to clean afterwards. And it means I have to set the airbrush booth. These sigils turn out pretty good though. Time to do the backside. Now I'm using Corex white, and I could use, thank you, I could use a much deeper white. It is working out. Like I said, it takes some patience. And then, regardless of the fact that, like, I can see firsthand that it's blurry, right? Like, there's a lot of overage here. Regardless of that factor. Like, it's all going to be either cleaned up or turned into, oh gosh, or turned into glow anyway, so it doesn't necessarily matter. Come on, focus. Focus, fuck you. Fuck you, focus. Focus, you fucking heretic, focus. Don't focus on the stuff in the background, focus on the stuff in my hand. Come on. Details, maybe? No, whatever. Anyway, we're using Corex white because that red blob is in great focus. Yes, yes it is. I don't know why I can't unfocus that. All hail the red blob of ball. There's a cool idea. It's kind of a Nurgle-esque idea. Would be just like a blob of green goo, like akin to a gelatinous cube, but like maybe not a cube per se, but like recasting the unclean one, like the great unclean one, it's like a slime. That could have some possibilities there. The great slimy one. Oh, I need more paint on this brush. There we go. Paint it white. What red blob are we talking about here? This guy right here? I think? Yeah, it's probably what it is. It's just my wet palette. And again, I'm getting paint over pretty much everything here. I don't really care if it's overed or not, because it's just gonna get kind of covered anyway, for the most part. Like, any time there's like overs like this, I'm okay with it, because I'm either gonna paint black, and then bottom left when you raise the mini, bottom left, down here? Yeah, that's probably what it's focusing on. I'll move it out of the way. Yeah, it's still hard to see. It's probably because the lighting is all fucky. So I don't have the lighting here. But if I move the lighting here, then it might focus. Hey, it does! Look at that! Okay, so... Yellow bottle. get it focused now. Yeah, I'm flooding into these recesses, and I'm just not worried about the overage, because the overage is what's going to get painted as the, what do you call it there? As the glow effect. I'm gonna rinse this brush off, it's getting chunky. There. Although some of these are ending up cleaner than others, so I don't know if I should be proud of that or glow. Yes, glow is the word. Thank you. It's such a hard word to remember because I keep wanting to call OSL and something else. But it's absolutely glow. Commissar, I think we should take a trip soon. I'm kind of feeling like whenever we have some time off together, where we're not spoken for, we should visit the rest of the galaxy. We don't have to travel in the void, we just said, you know, it'd be nice to just go to another part of the galaxy. But I don't know how much your time is spoken for already with the current state of things. Oh my god, it's almost been 3 hours. Holy shit. We streaming. Streaming. I just realized this weekend you're free. Cool. What is this weekend? Right, I don't have game this weekend, so maybe we could do something. I don't know how much we could do, but let's think about it. Yeah, we'll plan something outside of stream here, but I wouldn't mind getting away for like the day or something. Just see the rest of the galaxy. I don't know what you're down for, so... And honestly, like, spending money is probably a bad idea, but like... Or spending credits is probably a bad idea. But, you know, there's opportunities for things. And I think I still have a credit somewhere. Yep, sounds good. I know if I propose this to the orcs, we'll get the same offer we always do. But I don't know how we feel about that. So... well... My fill here is getting along pretty good. It'll be good for glow here in a second. I'm not quite ready to paint glow just yet. That may be a next stream thing. Well, that looks... Oh, you know what? I forget to paint some of these then. Just to be consistent. I think that looks pretty good so far. Yeah, absolutely. Let it dry is the right call. I think the next color that's going to go on top of it is probably going to be... I'm probably going to edge it in red, but I think I'm going to do yellow, and then edge it in red, and then if I have any highlight spaces, I might do Dorn. I think that's what I'm going to do. Ugh, golly. Oh, progress. I would bring the camera closer if I could, but I think this is pretty good so far. Obviously next on the chapter here is this. This part needs to be done and finished. I could just paint the chains while I have the chance. Yeah, I might just do that while I have a chance here. Set this up to dry for now. Lamy medium takes no time to dry, really, but I'm just getting tired of doing fine details right now. And though the Emperor would have me continue until my limbs are bloody and falling off, the Emperor needs servitors, so, you know, I will continue to assist until such time. I don't have a great example here. My arms are getting fucking tired. I'm starting to get a light case of carpal tunnel, so, you know, yada yada yada, emperor, yada yada yada, carpal tunnel. Okay, bring my shade brush back to life. I gotta take my shade brush and comb it again. Let's do that before we start. Get all the chunky bits out. Because Agri's Earthshade likes to dry into bristles. You can see it's already starting to come out. So. This is my favorite part of the song. Good lord, look at all the stuff that's coming out of there. I almost went out today, and I thought I was going to, because I have some things that I have to do, but they can be done kind of anytime. And I was really craving, like, going down and getting a sandwich from one of the places that are down there. And kind of what dissuaded me from going out was that, like, I know inherently that's not a good idea. So I was like, oh, I shouldn't do that. No, then I just lost all interest in going out. But it was in my mind to do that. Ooh, should I have done Agri's Earthshade or Null Oil? We'll stick with the Earthshade for now. And maybe I'll throw some Null Oil on it later. I want these chains to look dirty and old. Because, I mean, it's a Nexus Chaotica. The things... I don't know the lore of it or how they come to be. They were minis to paint. Yes, the Emperor commanded that there be minis painted today. And so it was to be that minis must be painted for the glory of the Emperor. For we are his spear. Yeah, I think I like the way the Agri's Earthshade looks here. Because I want it to be dirty. Like I said, I don't know the lore of a Nexus Chaotica. I'm sure there is lore for it. I do not know what the lore is. But my presumption, by the way that it looks, and maybe this is just canonic, like headcanon, is that it exists in the ground. And when it's summoned, as per the sorcerer, which that's going to be a stream soon. When it's summoned by the sorcerer, it comes out of the ground and begins spinning and summoned to life. So, dirty chains kind of seem part and parcel for that. I would have to say. I want to paint the gold dirty, but I haven't finished the gold yet, so... Soon I shall paint the gold. You know, this thing, again, I did, like, would I use this for paint? No. Sorry, now it's easier to see. Would I use this for paint? No. But you know, it works extremely well for the large balls, like the shades and the contrast paints, where I've got to keep it open because it's liquid. Yeah, I think this is a really good idea. I'm super, like, I wasn't into this at first because I normally just keep the thing open by hand, I just whatever, but I kind of like this. I'm kind of glad that the commissar got it for me. It's a nice little gift. Thank you. One monster down. Well, I'm 2 energy drinks in. This is gonna be fun. Okay, gold. Agrix Earthshade on the side. What is going on here? Nothing. Trash Chase highlights. Okay. So, shade brush. Back in here. Okay. So, I'm not going to dry brush the gold because that's kind of foolish. I put it on manually. Well, I suppose it's all manually, but I put it on with a layer brush. Although, base brush is probably the way to go. Oh no! I think this is really coming along. And I'm super into the way this looks. I still need to paint, like I said, part of the things here again. Just so they line up and paint. Sorry, match the paint job that's here. But this is looking kind of mint. I'm super into how that looks. And it's coming along. On the battlefield, this thing's gonna look awesome. And then, like I was talking about last stream, I'm gonna get this on. Like, oh, it's hard to see, but with the clear piece inside of it, that's gonna look so badass. Maybe this is a good time to let things sit and dry, and we'll wire that up. I mean, it's technically just an LED. It's a 3-volt LED. We're gonna burn ourselves today. And you may be saying, oh, but why would you want to burn yourself? I don't want to. It is not my intent to, but as is the will of the Emperor. Now, where's my soldering iron? I wonder if... This is what I get for not having everything together. This is what I get for not having my soldering iron somewhere handy. Shoot. I have it. Okay, so what do we need to make this happen? We have our soldering iron. I'm sure there's some solder somewhere here, probably inside this. This is a 1.5 volts LED. Probably gonna need some wire. I'm probably gonna need a 100 ohm resistor. 150 is good enough. A switch, double-sided tape, a battery, with a 120 ohm resistor, and a charging circuit. That should be, well, besides a perf board. Oh, you know what? I've got a little perf board here. I don't even need the perf board. Alright. One charging circuit. I just realized you may not be able to see everything. Oh no, you can kind of see them. It's just really hard to see. One battery. Such a waste for such a small thing. 3 ohms. Sorry, 3 volts. 4.2 volts, Jesus. And we're just going to snip the end off here. And then expose those two ends. Good enough. Actually, I should hold on to that for a second. Double-sided tape. And soldering iron. We need one resistor. Thank God I keep all these things together like they're a kit now. Though I might just buy some more, or order some more batteries. Just because they seem to be really helpful. Okay, one switch. Though I wish the switches had, they were pre-soldered. That'd be so much nicer. Okay, a length of wire. How much wire? Yes. We'll say that much, I want to say. Because I'm going between a couple terminals here. And then a length of negative wire, just so I know where things are. Probably that much is okay. I don't know. Wait, did I get that exactly the same size? Oh, right off the bat, look at that. Oh, I seriously got these exactly the same. Just eyeballing it. Good lord, am I a genius. I say 5 minutes from now when I'll be burning myself on something. Okay, I bought a tool recently, right here. This thing is awesome. What does this do? This is a third hand. It's pretty cool. I also have a little thing here. I recently bought two. And this is good for doing some sanding and whatnot. But, to the nature of it, I can also use it. Oh, you can't see it. To the nature of this thing, I can also use it to clamp. Anyway, put that back for now. Also, this camera's getting hot. I mean, that's fine. There's plenty of room around for it to dissipate heat. Okay, so what does the circuit look like? Well, we have to rescue this guy first, so... we'll use our knife. My brain fried there for a second. Okay, so first things first is we need to remove the plastic, which I might just use nippers for before I cut myself. You know, I got this at the dollar store, so I'm not too worried about destroying it. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Now which side's the long side? I would say this side's the long side. Yeah. So there's our positive terminal. Can't see that. So there's our positive terminal and our negative terminal. Whoops, can't see. Okay, positive terminal's having a great time. Okay, so our positive terminal's on the right, negative terminal's on the left. We can establish that because one side's longer than the other. So the easy thing to do here is to take our LED and just wrap the pin for the resistor right around it. And I don't think this is charged. Find it here in a minute. This is a pretty cool little soldering iron that I picked up on AliExpress for like, I think it was like 20 bucks, which is a lot. I wouldn't really pay that much for anything on AliExpress, but it's just kind of nice for what it is. Okay, so it's gonna go to 300 degrees, I think, or 280. Might go to 280. You can feel it getting hot. While waiting for that, I'm going to strip these ends. And then strip these ends as well. Even if I don't use these ends specifically, I'm going to strip them. Perfect. You can see it's already hot, it's already smoking. Okay, that ran off too quickly on me. I think the heat I want is 300 degrees. This will go as high as 420 degrees. It works plugged in, thankfully, yes. Oh god, it's still climbing. Please still go 420. 380. 380 is fine. 380 is fine. 380 is okay. Now I need solder. Which I have a little bit here? Okay. You know what? Let's use our new toy. And all we're doing is just joining the two pieces together. Just to make sure that they still work. This will allegedly work plugged in, so we're gonna try that now. We're gonna plug this in. So it's charging while it's plugged in. And we're just gonna leave it plugged in kind of haphazardly in front of us. I'm gonna move this sharp knife away from me. For now. Oh boy. The joint there looks pretty good. I'm gonna use my modeling nippers just to clean up a little. There, it's all cleaned up now, so we have that permanently affixed, which is good. And I'm going to use our new third hand tool, which is what we're calling this, to put these two pieces together, move out that, put this here so that they're touching, just like that. And while it's plugged in, and while I still have some solder, because I can then move this one go. That looks pretty good. So if I remove this and that, they're affixed. Hey, look at that. Okay, so next part of this puzzle is we need to attach the board here to the battery. So on the battery, sorry, on the board here, there's a B minus, a B plus. I'm just going to show you them here, B minus and a B plus. So what we're going to do with them is we're just going to attach the black to the minus and the red to the plus. And I may need to find some more solder here. Okay, that looks pretty good there. It's not ideal. And this is not a great way to do this, but we're going to do it on the fly. And I know that that's bad, but we're going to do it anyway. Okay, so that didn't take the way I wanted it to. But I might be able to do it from the opposite side. Yeah, I got a pretty good tombstone in the back of my soldering iron here. So we're gonna try this maybe from this side. Why is this? It says it's 300 degrees. Is it though? Not really. Maybe that's why. Might just not be hot enough. Well, in either case, wait for it to heat up a little bit. So when I see that light on, I know it's a pretty good sign that it's on. So it looks like it's charging now while I'm trying to use it. I think what happened was, might have been something. Watching a guy who has never seen, watched, nor played Minecraft try and play with only instructions from the Minecraft movie. It's rapid clicking break blocks instead of holding. It's hilarious. Jesus Christ. I'm more amazed that there's people who haven't yet played Minecraft. That's bananas to me, or amazing to me. Because there are people just so much older than I am that have played it. Okay, I'm gonna say that that's hot. Where's my heat? Okay, it isn't possible for me to be this bad at soldering. the hell's all over my... Oh, it's probably... Come on, get soldered. What is your fucking problem? Dog, even if I'm using the wrong fucking soldering tip here, it should still fucking work. What are we doing? Okay, we're just gonna turn it off for now. I guess. Oh boy. Okay, what's next on the table? We have to get the switch, which is somewhere here. Which was somewhere here. Oh my god. This is one of those days. I swear to God. I swear to the Emperor this is one of those days. Where in terror did I leave the fucking switch? I swear. Double-sided tape. Cyrac gold. I'm looking straight at it. I know I am. I know I'm looking at the switch. I know it's directly in front of me. I know it's somewhere here. Where? I don't know. But I know it's directly in front of me. Bro, how cooked am I? How cooked am I today? What the fuck? It was under the holder. Swear to God. I swear to Terra. I swear to the Emperor. I cannot. I cannot. Oh my God. How much do I want to hate my life today? Do I want to just put the switch inside of this and say that's where it goes and then I can worry about where it goes later? Or do I want to just wire it separately and then try and glue it in place? I think I'm going to actually put it on this. I need a pair of pliers, one sec. I have a pair of pliers. Why do I need the pair of pliers? Because that's why. And I think it's still hot, so I'm not going to risk touching it while I think it's hot. If you think it's hot, it's hot. If you're certain it's not hot, it's probably okay. But if you think it's hot, then it is hot. That's how my mind works. Okay, let's see this thing in action. It's going to go 380 degrees. Then we're going to try again. I'm actually going to use my what do you call it there again? This thing, the magnifying glass. My God. By the Emperor. Okay, so it does work. Oh, we have melting solder. That's good. That's a good sign. Whatever. You know what? I've got a flux pen here somewhere. Nope. I've got rosin core flux. Actually, I've got rosin right here. What does rosin do? It lowers the temperature needed to weld. Damn you, micro components. We're gonna say it's welded. Before I lose my mind. We're in the negative of this giant thing. Through here. Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry, I forgot that part of the board was missing. How silly of me. Where's the Tech Marine when I need it? Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good right there. Okay, good. And of course I dropped the solder. That's okay. We're fine. We're okay. We're doing good. Doing good. We're doing Good. All we're gonna do is pick up the solder that we just dropped on the floor somewhere. It's right there. That's good. Oh, pick it up again. Doing good. Doing swell. A space marine doesn't cry, but I might. Okay, come on. What if I pre-tin the ends? That might... Let's try that. Pre-tin the end. And we'll just take this, try it again. And since we pre-tin the end, I should just be able to lay it in. Hey! We got there in the end. We almost lost our sanity, but we got there in the end. Okay, alright, okay, good, alright, okay, good. Alright, okay, now we need this in here. I might put it down this side. Facing this way, I think. Okay, that's been the easiest thing so far. I will take that all day long. Okay. Where this is going to get complicated is that's off, that's on. So, because we have our 2-pole switch now, we can control it, we're going to need to introduce some wires. So, I've got my battery on, and I've got my negative lead, so I need this to go to there and that to go to there. So what I think I'm going to do is, because I got to get this up into there, just like that, and then this can go kind of anywhere. I need this to stick into here. And I'm okay with sticking it through this side, because they still need to get bridged together anyway. So I'm gonna try not to burn myself here, and grab it here. I see another viewer, and if it's somebody watching, I just want to say what we're doing now is we're putting a flashing LED circuit, flashing candle circuit on a on a perf board, because it's going to be for the Nexus Chaotica. It's going to be for this thing here. So to make that work, we've got a fire that we're going to put in, and that fire is going to be what's in chaos. Oh, chaos. And oh no, I am struggling. I swear, man. So anyway, what's going to happen is these pieces are going to be connected this way, just like that. That's good. They'll stay in, and I might even just, you know, for my sanity, what I might do is just add a little solder here, just so it's got something to connect to, so it's not flopping around while I'm trying to solder it like a crazy person. Okay, cool. And that way I can move that there. And now the next part is bridging these two together, which shouldn't be impossible. It looks like it was a success. Yes, they are bridged. Cool. And then I just need the positive from here to find its way to this circuit, which this is way too long now. But that's okay. We can cut it down to size. We'll cut it about there. And then open up all the way. Got my piece out there. And I'll run the wire through this way this time. Because what I'm going to do is, using the solder and a point on it like this, praise the Emperor. Praise the Emperor. So thank God for the stream. I thought something broke. Yeah, you know, you wouldn't be too far off if something had broke. I'm just slowly losing my mind. And making terrible solder joints. My parents would be embarrassed by how bad these solder joints are. Okay. One thing left to do. Moment of truth. We're gonna unplug our soldering iron and do the nature of the charge circuit. We're gonna make sure this is turned off. And then stick the charger on. Looks like it's charging. Charging is good. We've got a green light for charger, and we've got flashing red, which means it's charging. What's it look like when it's on? Hey! It works! So now we have a rechargeable . Now we kind of have it. Oh, there it is. There's the charger. So that's the on position for charging, I guess. So it's still going. I'll give it a minute or so to charge, and then see what happens. So this outputs 4.2 volts. Then find out what happened. Because Because it looks like it wants to work, or it looks like it does work, but obviously one thing can mean something else. So we'll let that charge for a hot minute. Disconnect, and then no power. Well, that's right. Why is there no power? We have power when it works this way. Maybe it just needs to charge longer. I'll let it charge till we get a full light, I guess. I don't really know how these charge circuits are supposed to work. I just know that they do a thing. I bought them from AliExpress, so I guess we'll find out, probably. But we'll let it charge for a hot minute, and then see if we get any lights as a result of this. I mean, good little test, I guess. And that's still cooling down. Yes, the surface of the sun. I'm terrified of how hot that probably is. Wait for that to cool. And we'll just watch this for a minute. Now, it's doing this flashing thing. Now I've got the battery wired correctly. I think at least. Ooh, maybe the battery's not wired correctly. Oh shit. It could be low power. Because it works with the power on. Like if I turn the light off here, keeping it connected to voltage, and then turn that on, it works. It works really well. But if I turn this off and disconnect it, I get nothing. So I wonder if maybe the battery's just not connected. Like maybe it just didn't take the battery? I don't know. Because I have flashing red. If I remove this battery here, is it fully connected? Yeah, it's the one with the flame effect. Super weird. Let's say, for sake of simplicity, that maybe it's just not connected. Like maybe the battery's not all the way connected to it. So I'm willing to admit that like I soldered something poorly than I am to say that like it's not working as intended. Because if I pull another, I could get another charge circuit, but I just don't want to rewire everything. That could be why it's flickering. I don't think so. Oh, here we go. Another charge circuit. So if I grab another charge circuit, it goes green. Flashing red. Okay, so that flashing red probably means that the battery's not correctly connected, so Yeah, I would say it's probably not connected. That looks to be what it is, it's just not connected correctly. That's on me then. That's not a big deal. I can fix that. This is why I need to own a third hand. Oh, that died. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, why don't I have any heat? Because it died. That's why. Now my arm's caught in my cable. Oh my god, we've been streaming for almost 4 hours. I mean, go me. The Emperor would be proud. Why is it so hard? Okay, it's holding on with a wing and a prayer. Crumble plastic and watch the head move. Yeah. Okay, where do I leave off here? Thing that could kill me in my hand. Heating solder. Oh shit, that actually kind of worked. Okay. Okay. This could be big. Okay. Let's try that. Let's see what happens now. Ah, it's still beeping. Like it's just not connected. Light on, it works, but that's not what I want. I want to work with the light off. What the hell did I do wrong? What did I get wrong? Did I read the circuit wrong? Bat minus and out. Maybe those two need to be switched? That wouldn't make any sense. That wouldn't make any sense at all. But no on my luck. No on my luck. No on my luck, it's the opposite way around. Now I know for a fact I've got bat minus correct. But maybe I've got bat plus wrong. You know what? I only need to look at this rhino I did, which I can't see anymore because I glued it all down. Great. Oh no, I had it right the first time. Minus goes in there. Yeah, that should be right. Just for giggles. Just for giggles. Let's, throw this back in here. Throw it over. And we're just gonna solder this one too. Because that one might just be a bad connector, like a bad board. And I'm okay with desoldering stuff off with another board. You got a ton of these charging circuits, right? I don't have a lot of batteries, but I got a ton of charging circuits. So why don't I just do that? We'll call this a lesson in cheap Chinese electronics. Also, I'm so annoyed at how short these wires are. Like, they could be a lot longer. Turn 80 degrees. Let's burn ourselves doing something this time. Before we get cocky trying to solder something all the way through, we're just going to solder the battery and see if it charges. try 420 degrees. Maybe that's high enough to melt the solder instantly. Oh yeah, 420 is the way to go. I have a funny feeling that the soldering iron is just not charged enough. Let's turn off the soldering iron for now. We'll let it charge, and then we'll come back to this. Because maybe that's my problem, is that it's not charged enough, so it can't melt the solder between the two joints to connect them. I mean, even now, I know this won't work, because it's too loose. Like, it's so loose, it's coming out of joint. And that's my own impatience doing that. Like, that just came straight out of joint with zero effort. So we're going to push that back through on both sides. Oop. And I think the other thing we should do is find the good solder, the stuff that has a rosin core in it, because this stuff just seems to be just garbage. I have a little bit of my MG chemicals left, just probably enough to get through it. I do have another big piece of soldering iron. There's my solder. There's my other solder too, there's my tin. This is kind of what I'm looking for, is this stuff. This stuff is really good. This stuff is okay too. But this stuff is crazy thin. Wherever I left my knife. Right here. I have no doubt in my mind that because we weren't waiting for it to charge, because we were trying to use it while it was charging, it just was refusing to do what we wanted. There's not a doubt in my mind about that. Alright, we're gonna rip it. 420 degrees. It's gonna be stupid, crazy, ridiculous, retarded hot. probably only gonna get like a couple minutes out of it for heat, but we'll see what happens. Lick it. Lick my ass. I'm not gonna lick the soldering iron. Jesus Christ. That's how you end up with a new Vox unit, motherfucker. The last thing I need to go is to the Imperium of Man and get that redone. Look at the Commissar says. I don't think I will. Speaking of which, it's almost time for deployment on the dropship. Yes. What's the ETA? Do you know the ETA? Meal before deployment would be nice. You know that this isn't hot enough when I can use the soldering iron to actually adjust the solder. Oh yeah, of course, now it fucking... Let's see what happens now. I'm going to turn off the soldering iron. And we're just going to plug it in. It charges! I swear it charges now. Hooray! Oh yeah, music's quiet. Music stopped, I think. I'll just restart it. Let's see. Oh, I got a stream achievement. Or a Twitch achievement. Feel good MDTV. Cool. Start following me. Thank you for the follow. MDTV. Let's see. What do I have for achievements? Stream for 4 hours in the last 30 days. Stream for 2 unique days in the last 30 days. Okay. Twitch.tv/feelgoodmdtv. Who are they? They are what? Are they streaming? Nope, it's just a channel, I guess. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, cool, because I followed them, so they followed me back. That's nice. I appreciate that. Achievement unlocked. Cool. Alright, yeah. Discharging is good. That is very good. That is very exceptionally good. So that means we can continue charging this, because it actually does something now. So now I can take the shielding off of this, and off of this, and push this into here, where if I do output negative and output positive, then theoretically if I turn this on, hey, look at that, we're wireless now. We're all set up. Hell yeah, brother. We're flying high. Look at us. Look at us. All right, let's turn it off for now. Before I burn myself. I'm trying to do something stupid. Because I will burn myself, as history has foretold. History does repeat itself with me. I am historically a repeat offender when it comes to burning oneself. Prefer not to do it live on stream, but you never know. As is the way. Okay. This is good. This is huge. My hands are multicolored, but they're not soldered. So we're doing good. Oh, I'll pull that down. Tip in the tip tenor. A little clean. Non-metallic metal, yeah. Rather non-metallic metal than metallic metal on my skin. I'm telling you, I'm starting to dislike the taste of solder fumes. Okay, that's huge. That's good. Cowabunga, brother. Just shoring up the joint on the back. They'll call me Brother Exhaustus for nothing. That is so good. Stream, we did a fantastic job here. Kind of. It looks like my solder joint wants to be free. I don't care for that. You know, we'll take the one that we can. I have some tape here that I could use. I also have double-sided tape, and I like double-sided tape a lot. Even though this isn't really double-sided tape, it's double-sided tape, but it, like, barely holds like double-sided tape, so... we'll just throw it on. And hope for the best that this offer. 6 that came out. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. Hey, it's like this close to getting a zip tie. That close to being zip tied down. You Marine, you Astartes getting kind of frustrated, to put it in canonical terminology. Okay, this dried up pretty good. Our white looks fantastic all around. It's fully flooded, which is excellent. There's a few spots, maybe around here, where it didn't flood all the way that I wanted it to, but I mean, I'll take 90 out of 100. You know, that's pretty decent. Okay, so now we gotta decide how we're gonna fit this in, because we need this LED to be here. And, you know, it kind of just wants to be here. Which, I'll take it. Of course, I didn't think about this part ahead of time. Never do. So, I need this to be straight down like that. Which means I need this to kind of be here. So I need to be able to charge it. So maybe I can hide this sort of within a step here. Like on the bottom step. No, too far. This rock face, maybe? That could go well. Yeah, let's try that. Let's try that rock face. So how do we figure out where this rock face is going to go? Well, that's a little easier to answer than most of the things that we've been doing so far. These are really cheap Winsor Newton clones, or Golden Maple clones. They look like Golden Maple, they're not. Okay, so the way that we sneak this in is we put some down here, and we're just gonna edge this. We want it wet, 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 wet. The reason why is because where we're going to put this, if I can do that without knocking all my paint over, is right here. Actually, we'll add some more of that paint around it. Do it again, just right here. And it looks like it's gonna be about here to here. I'm gonna say that's probably pretty accurate to how it's gonna look. Oh god. Get off the brush. There. Which, when I look at this again, is pretty close. I mean, it could be a little nicer and cleaner, but it is what it is, right? You know, it's just going in there anyway. Okay, so what do I do to make this work? What do I do to make this look good and to have it work? I could start cutting right away. Instead, what I'm going to do is start a little pinhole with my brand new X-Acto blade. And we're going to depend on that pinhole quite a bit. And why? Why are we depending on that pinhole? Well, because somewhere in here, maybe even up here, I've got these, and I had a drill bit. I guess I no longer have the drill bit in there. Supply drop. Oh. Okay. We're going to come back to that though, because I'm getting sore, and I'm getting tired, and I'm just pushing, so I'm going to pause. We're going to come back to this in the next stream, and go from there with the adding of electronics. But we got a lot done today, and I'm excited for the next stream. The next stream is going to be Wednesday. It's going to be our Workbench Wednesday stream. Those are the guaranteed streams. Every other stream is just kind of when we do them, but the Workbench Wednesday is a guaranteed stream. So I'm excited for that one. We're going to do our electronics then. I'll have this a little cleaner. We're going to have the microphone moved by then, and we'll go from there. I'm excited to have this work. I'm excited to get this Nexus Chaotic off the ground. I'm excited to get some resin casting done, and we'll see you again soon. Stay strong, praise the Emperor, and have a good night. Thanks.